That's good, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at this very famous image here by Théophile Alexandre Steinlen, or Steinlen, depending on how you want to pronounce his last name. I've heard it pronounced many different times. And this famous painting of the Chat Noir, the Tour of the Chat Noir, which was a tour of a shadow play that was put on originally in a cabaret called the Chat Noir, or Le Chat Noir, in Paris, but eventually toured across the French-speaking world in North Africa and Belgium during the late 1800s. And this poster, you've probably seen it. You may have not known who made it or what it's all about. Well, that's what we're going to do today, as well as do our darndest to recreate this epic, famous artwork. So if you're new to the channel and you've never seen any of this all before, and I realize that about 60% of the people that watch my videos are people who've never seen me before. So when you hear me repeat this stuff and you're like, what is he going on about all this stuff? Well, it's the majority of people watching are people who've never seen my face before. So this is the plan for today's episode. We're going to get the image on the canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that. There's a free template that you can download. Then we're going to stain the canvas. We're going to talk a little bit about who Steinlen was. Underpainting. That's a good... Well, let's see when we get there. Background, foreground, background, foreground. I like to kind of go back and forth, although ideally we'll get the background finished all at once because it's a solid, unified background. So hopefully there's not too much work we have to do there. Although, every time I say that, I make a lot of work for myself. And then I'm anticipating about 3 hours till we get this done. It's a relatively straightforward, simple painting, but the level of detail and doing all those tiny lines is what's really going to take us the majority of our time for this episode. So, of course, I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, especially if this is the first time you've seen me. You can also do me a great favor by taking a photograph of the artwork you made, join our Facebook group, and upload it to the Facebook group. Once a month, I go through the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to make their artworks even better, regardless of whether you're painting what we're doing today or something else of your own interest. I will talk about everything, including all of the stuff we do in the drawing course, which is hugely popular. I did it 3 years ago, and it's got hundreds of thousands of views here on YouTube. And if you haven't done that, hey, why not, right? It's all free. It's my gift to the world. I think it would be great if more and more people were making art. So if you want to support my goal, consider leaving $1 through PayPal, Super Chat, through email, or contact me to get my email on the Facebook group or my website. Those links are down below. So let's go right into it. There's no time to waste, right? We got a lot of stuff to do here. So the first step is to do our image transfer, and we could draw this all out. And again, if you want a little bit of help on how to learn how to draw, you can take my free drawing course here on YouTube. Or you can use the free downloadable template that I have made for you. So there's a Dropbox folder in the description below. You click on that Dropbox folder, and this is what you're going to see. At the very top are all the resources for the first few painting classes where we're just learning like what paints to buy, what kind of brushes, all that kind of stuff. We mix the color wheel. And then the next, I don't know, 50 folders here have some of our more beginner artworks, although some of them are kind of maybe mislabeled and are a little more complex than others, but I think it's kind of like too late to start rearranging everything at this point. So you'll see that our painting is right in here. Again, I don't think it's necessarily a complex painting. It's just going to be a time-consuming painting. Maybe. Who knows? I could be proven wrong, and that would be great. Right? I've never painted it before. And then you're going to see the next 150 folders down here are for more complex things. Ken Danby's famous In the Crease. There's paintings by Leonardo da Vinci, Picasso, Van Gogh, Diego Rivera. I mean, it goes Rembrandt, so on and so forth. Lots of very famous names, and names that I think are famous or maybe should be more famous from all over the world. So, once you've downloaded the template, where am I here? Okay. Oh, I didn't even show you what that template looks like. Let me just, where are we? Let's go back up here. Where am I? Okay. So you go into this folder, you're going to see that there's the original image, and then there is the template. So here's your original image, and then there's the template. I traced this template using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro, and again, you can download it for free, or you could do your own using that same sort of process. Okay, so you just download it, print it out on your inkjet printer, laserjet printer at home or work, or download it onto a USB stick, take it to a local print shop, print it out for 25 cents or so, and then you're ready to go. Now, before I even jump onto that next step, you could do this on paper, you could do it on stretched canvas, or what I like to do for these classes is paint on canvas panels or canvas boards. You could even use plywood. You could use cardboard, which is often how a lot of artists, including Steinlen's kind of rival or peer, Toulouse-Lautrec, often painted on cardboard, although cardboard back then was different than the corrugated cardboard we know today, but that's a whole other story. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, so here's a canvas board, canvas panel, and it's canvas stretched over it, and they usually come wrapped in plastic. You can get them at the dollar store. I like these ones. You can order them from Amazon. There's a link down below for these. I think they are superior, and they work out. You buy like 24 for $50, so they work out to kind of like $2 a piece instead of $1 a piece at the dollar store. Anyway, I sand it down with a little bit of sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso onto the surface. And I say that because I have also used, not in these classes, but for my own work, clear acrylic gesso. I'm going on a series of tangents today. Okay, so then I sand that again after I let it dry, so that we get a nice smooth surface, and that is super helpful for doing something like this. If you just take that canvas right out of the plastic and try to do something as detailed as this, you're just gonna go absolutely bonkers, like, because the more texture you have, the harder it is to paint. I always use the example of like buttering a waffle versus buttering a pancake, right? If you're buttering a pancake, you just need to scoop a little bit of butter and you can get that whole pancake full, right? If you're buttering a waffle, you get the same amount of butter on, and you just get on that the edge of the waffle, and then you got to get more and more and more. You got to use a lot, right? So that can be really kind of tricky. So a smoother surface, and so it wouldn't surprise me if a number of people painting along with me today use paper instead. And people ask, can I use paper to paint on? Absolutely. You can use a sketchbook, and a sketchbook will work fine, although you want, I mean, this kind of as thick of paper as possible, because if you're using really thin newsprint type of paper to paint on, you're going to notice your paper is just going to wrinkle, and sometimes that's what artists want, but sometimes that can drive you bonkers. So it depends on how crazy you want to get, I guess, right? Okay, so let's tape this down. There's Kathy and Lolly in the chat there, talking about using Posca pens and small details. I do have a bunch of Posca pens here that we could use for today's painting. We'll see when we get there. Okay, I think, yeah, centering it in the middle is what I want. So now I've got that there. The next step is using some carbon or graphite paper. So technically this is actually graphite drawing or tracing paper or transfer paper. I'm just using the same old envelope I've been using for the past 3 years. And you see one side's shiny and one side's gray. And you can see I've used this many times. So you don't have to just use it once and throw it out. You can use them over and over and over again. Obviously, the more you use it, the less carbon or graphite there is going to be to transfer. Right? And eventually, your transfer kind of looks a little bit muted, or the lines don't come out as dark. So, you know, some of this detail up here, this is either a place where we will simplify these details or we will omit them. We can obviously use a Posca pen to do this, but even a Posca pen, we're talking about detail that's pretty small up here. So now some of these lines, I guess this is the, there's a lot of stuff I haven't really thought about how I want to complete this artwork. So just as I'm tracing it, so this is black, and then we've got kind of a black outline. Okay. I mean, one way to do this would be just to paint it kind of sloppy, and then to paint like this line with the same color we use for the background in place over top of the black. Although that might sound like it's going to save a lot of time, I can imagine that being actually more time consuming. Thinking, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to do this as a painting, because this is originally a print. I was out in the yard doing yard work today, and boy, oh boy, I'm just starting to feel it in my hands right now. Maybe not the best thing to do on a painting day. Always make sure that the lines are indeed going through, and that there's carbon paper there. That's why I just moved it, because there wasn't any carbon paper underneath that side. As always, like, I'm pretty sloppy when I do this kind of stuff. My goal isn't to have it all sorted out nice and neatly. It's just to give myself, just simplify the beginning of the painting so that I can get it going. Okay. Now, do I want to do all of this? What does that say? Montjoie, Montmartre. Montjoie? My love? I think that's what that says, right? It's hard to... Like my love, Montmartre. Like, as if it's... You know, when people say, you know, I love New York kind of thing. I think that's sort of what we're talking about here. Because, again, this is the... Well, this was probably the poster at one point for the Shadow Play show at Le Chat Noir. But when it went on tour, you know, people were probably... Part of the mystique would have been, you know, this is a show from Montmartre, the famous place where all the artists and musicians gathered. Prochainement. So this is the... I'm going to show you here. This is the area of the painting where they would list the name of the venue where tonight's show was at, right? So they would make a generic poster that they could print hundreds and hundreds of copies for, and then for each venue they might hand paint or draw the venue name if it was in, I don't know, Brussels or Marseille or something, right? Okay, looks like I got everything here. There's Lolly there. And Malind Blaze. Thank you for all the lessons. It's clear that you love art, and I'm grateful for all the content you put out. Thank you so much. And Pascal's there. Oh my goodness. Okay. And there are lots of comments. I just want to get... does it say Montmartre? It does say Montmartre, but then there, it says, I think, Montjoie Montmartre. Like, my love Montmartre. Or, like, again, kind of like maybe I love New York. I think. right? Is that M-O-N-T? I think that's a T. J-O-Y-E. I think it's like a play on, like, my love, mon joie, like Mount, what is Mount? Well, it's like a little hill in Paris. Well, let's get to all that here in a moment, because I have the whole history queued up here. So save one thing for at a time, Michael. Okay. So the next step, once we've got our image on the canvas, is to apply an Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is a stain that artists have been applying on paintings for 500-600 years. Some people do it today, some people don't do it today. You don't have to, although I think it's a great idea, or at least to consider it. And you don't have to do it the same way I'm going to do it. You don't have to do anything I do. Right, a lot of people don't do what I do or whatever, but let's just look at the kind of palette and the paint that I'm about to use. So I'm going to use what's called a split primary palette, and I didn't invent this, although I'm doing my best to popularize it, because I think it's by far the easiest way to learn how to paint. And I wish I knew how to use this system when I was first learning how to paint, because the alternatives are so confusing. Anyway, we're going to use, well, I was going to say 7 tubes of paint, but we may even use black today. We might. Think about it, because we do have a lot of black, and if I do use a Posca pen, it might be nice to have a deep black. Anyway, usually we use 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues, because each color has a temperature. So I want to use a warm yellow for my foreground, and I want to use a cool yellow for my background, because cool colors recede and warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer. Same thing with my reds and blues. White we're going to use a little bit of, and maybe some black. Now, this is the paint that I'm about to use. This is the Amsterdam brand of paint. It's considered like a student grade, which means it's not the best, and it's certainly not the worst. And I think they're by far the best bang for the buck. Now, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not paid by anybody. No one's given me a penny of free supplies over the 3 years I've done this, although people have offered. But I want people to be assured that this is I think the best method for doing what we're going to do. And I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura, and we'll come back to that in a moment. You can, if you've got this paint, it's about 3 times the price for half as much paint per tube. You can use golden, and these are the colors I would suggest you buy. Here's Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply Chain, Buzz, Peebo. Coming back around to Peebo. I don't think it's the best, but it works. Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chromacolor, but not Museum Color. And even here, I say that, this is a bit provocative, and in my classes, I bought a whole bunch of this material to use for my students, and then I realized they added maybe a bit too much titanium white into their paint, which is pretty much every paint company does that in order to kind of thicken the paint, make it a bit more opaque. But what it means is when we mix some of those colors together, we can't get a black with this museum color. It's going to turn into like a dark gray, and that can be really frustrating if you want to use the split primary palette for its at its most useful. So, and same sort of thing with Peebo. I got a whole bunch of Peebo for my students, and there's a lot of white in some of these colors as well. So, but all paint does. I don't know necessarily about the golden. I would say probably they would have the least and the highest ratio of pigment to binder, and the lowest amount of titanium white in their mixtures, because that's why you would pay 3 times the price for a smaller tube of paint, or at least you'd hope so, right? Okay, so let's start this. Let's get some of the paint onto the palette here. Okay, so here's my Azo Yellow deep here. I might as well just... Yeah, I'll put it on my palette. I'm not exactly sure what colors I'm about to use. And I got my blue. Do I want to use... Well, maybe... I think this would surprise people to see me using so many different colors on a painting that, from the outside, appears to only have 3 colors, right? But we're making a painting and not a print, so in order to reproduce those colors, we need quite a large variety of color. Okay, so let's get this. So here's just a little bit of water, about a little under half and half, maybe 60% paint to 40% water. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. You can choose as much water as you like, but just keep in mind that water is how we clean up our acrylic paint. So you kind of want to be mindful of how much water you're adding to your paint, because it's going to dilute its gluing properties. Basically, acrylic paint has very similar composition to white glue. In fact, you can use acrylic paint to glue things to the surface, and we've done that many times before. And, you know, if you were gluing something and you were to add water to the glue, well, that glue's going to lose some of its strength, right? You certainly wouldn't want to add glue to anything that, you know, you're going to sit on or stand on or anything, right? Now, I'm going to paint over this in a few minutes with another color. And so the question is always like, well, why would I bother painting a color and then just paint right over top of it? That just seems like a big waste of time. You know, the example that I sometimes give is it's like putting tomato sauce on a pizza and then covering it with cheese. You could say, what's the point of putting tomato sauce on there if you're just going to cover it with cheese? No one's going to be able to see that beautiful, tasty tomato sauce. But you'll taste the tomato sauce, and while you may not see this quite as obvious as it is now, it's going to be there, and it's going to affect all of the other layers, and it's going to affect how your eyes taste that paint, or that painting. Assuming you don't just paint over top of it with white or something, obviously, right? So, I'm going to blow dry this, and then let's think about what, because I think I'm going to mix that next color right now. Wow, lots of comments. Pascal and Lolly are having a conversation here. Okay. Okay. So, let's take a look here at how a few different versions of this painting or this print, because I'm showing you this on the screen here because I want you to see that there's many different ways that this image has been reproduced and sold. And you can see here we have kind of a bit more of a muted, mustardy, like a maybe Dijon mustardy kind of color, maybe even more so here. And then we have some that are much brighter. I was just watching a video a couple days ago where the color that was used for the background was very much like this. Like, it's kind of like the yellow on the Ukrainian flag, right? Which is, again, another color that I've seen in various different, some a little bit warmer, some a little bit cooler than others, right? You can see this one's kind of a sandy brown. So that gives us a lot of leeway here as to what kind of color we want to put there. If we use a bit more of, where was that sandy version? Okay, right. If we use a little bit more of this kind of color, it's going to look more like an aged old flyer poster that was on a wall, and it will kind of make it look more aged, you know, that it's a piece of an artifact or something. Versus if we use a much more saturated yellow, it's going to appear more new. So I'm a little conflicted as to which direction I want to go. I think I'm going to kind of split hairs and go down the middle. I'm going to go for, like, what is the, like, the kind that I have from this original version here. I might go a little bit more pop, a little bit brighter yellow, but maybe not quite as bright as just a pure warm yellow, I think. So let's mix this, and if we don't like the mixture, then we don't have to keep it, right? I'm going to take some of my cool yellow. I mean, ideally, I'd put cool colors in the background, so let's put that cool yellow. And let's take a little bit of warm red, and let's mix this together. You can see that that base, or sorry, this is cool red. So I took my cool yellow and my cool red, and I mixed that together, and it's very similar to my warm yellow. And that doesn't surprise me at all. Now I'm going to take a little bit of cool blue. And again, you can see how small of an amount of blue I'm putting in here. And then I'm going to put some white in here. And, you know, I don't know, that's about the size of a pea. And I got to be careful about putting too much white in, otherwise I'm going to obliterate all my pencil lines. Now that's not the color. Okay, I'm going to double my mixture anyway. Let's put some more white. I'm going to take some more yellow, a little bit of red, cool red, a little bit of cool blue, maybe a bit more of each of these. Okay. I'm also, where is it? Okay. I'm also going to use some matte medium, clear matte medium. Matte medium is just acrylic paint without any pigment in it. I'm going to put this in here. That's going to double the mixture. It's also going to make it more transparent. So that's also going to help if I'm afraid that my pencil lines are going to disappear. It's also going to mean that my my yellow background is also going to stay very visible. I think that's going to be okay. As always, worst comes to worst, well, I can just mix this color up and paint it on again. I just have to be a little bit mindful of adding more and more paint that contains white, because the dangers of covering up this surface with too much white can make it too opaque and I wouldn't be able to see what's underneath. I kind of like this. I mean, it's, again, I might not even know how effective this is until this painting is done, quite frankly, because of how much, as you know, it's going to be, my brain isn't big enough. I have a tiny brain, so I'm just not able to predict things very well. I have to kind of do it and then see it. I mean, on camera, that looks dramatically more yellow. So, if people are like, that's crazy, that's nowhere near the image on the left, I understand. Having said that, I think this is going to be okay. And it's also not quite accurate on camera either. So I'm just going back over just to try to remove any big streaks of paint. All of my pencil lines still remain visible. They're muted, but I think they're legible enough. Okay, just before I do anything else, I'm just gonna try to build up a blob of paint here so that I can preserve that in case later on I want to use it. I can go back to it. Not that it was the hardest paint to mix. Maybe just before I clean my brush, I'm going to blow dry this and just see how it looks. So there was Lolly asked a question. Michael, one day will you do a demo on how you prep your canvases? I know you've mentioned it before, but a demo would be super helpful. And Pascal responds, I've shown it before, but not as a specific episode. I've done it a few times, but I can't remember off the top of my head which episodes those were. Gosh, that's not good. It's one of those things where you think like, oh yeah, of course. It's, I've only done 20 episodes. How many of them can it be? I'll always remember. And then 300 episodes go by, almost, and good luck remembering. I think I did it in one of the first episodes of the, like, how to paint series. It might be, like, episode 1 or 2. It might be episode 1, like, after I talk about art supplies, actually. I think so. Just off the top of my head. I could be wrong, but I think I mentioned it there. LG Gaming says, I'm currently watching your basic drawing class and I noticed that you were live. The playlist has been a lot more fun than expected. Thanks, that's so cool. Yeah, it's so great to see people who are in the drawing course pop over and look at what's going on in the painting course, and hopefully the more and more you learn about drawing, it motivates people to try painting a little bit, right? Okay, so let's take a look here. Oh, Nikki says, hello, hi, teacher. Okay. Oops, let's... Okay, now let's talk a little about... Blah, 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 blah. Okay, now let's take a little moment to look at the biography of Théophile Steinlen and talk about why he's so important and maybe what the kind of the history is behind this particular artwork which we're attempting to recreate today. What's interesting is this part of these videos also has amongst the highest level of viewership. So often people tune in just for this, which is, I was just doing all the research into the analytics over the past week, and there's a lot of stuff that's very surprising to me. Anyway, Théophile Steinlen is born in 1859 and dies in 1923. I should have, what age would that be? That's 74? Would that be right? 74? So he, and as you're going to see here, created a ton of work over that period of time. He has got to be one of the most prolific artists of all time. And he was able to draw quickly and with precision, very efficient artist. So Steinlen is born in Lausanne, Switzerland, which for anybody who's a little bit... I mean, I had to look up where Lausanne was. I know they had the Olympics a long time ago. But Switzerland being a small landlocked country surrounded by Italy, France, Germany, Austria, and Liechtenstein. And, people from Switzerland, I have one of my best friends is from Switzerland. He speaks 4 languages because that's often, people, they speak French and French and German and Italian and English as well. So they're a very cosmopolitan people. And so when he's a small child growing up in Lausanne, Switzerland, he's largely self-taught. His ability to draw was something that he learned by by just sort of doodling a lot. And one of the things that he used to draw a lot when he was a little boy in the margins of his notebooks was cats. You guessed it, right? Because he's always been a big fan of animals, and particularly cats. And I think it's worth just mentioning off the top that our relationship to cats has changed dramatically over the years. I mean, you go back to the ancient Egyptians, and they saw cats as being like a semi-god-like form, and they were given all sorts of freedoms that maybe weren't even available to lots of people. They were allowed to roam free, and they were clothed and bathed and fed like kings, while probably a majority of the rest of the population existed as slaves to build the pyramids. And then for a long time, kind of cats kind of were just seen as maybe not as like rodents, but you know, as animals that were preying on rodents, but maybe not too much higher above that. As kind of like pests, maybe kind of the way that we might see raccoons today in large urban centers here in North America. Because cats can proliferate quickly, and they are pretty good at avoiding capture if they are being pursued, as anyone who's had a cat run out of their house knows, right? Cat really does not do anything you want it to do unless it wants to do it as well. And so it's not surprising also that cats become the symbol of bohemian life, particularly in Paris, where he eventually moves to. So Steinlen grows up in Switzerland for a short period for 2 years. He studies philosophy and literature at the University of Lausanne, and then he drops out and moves to eastern France, to Mulhouse, and he becomes a fabric designer, working in a textile mill. So he's coming up with designs, or at least assisting coming up with designs that are used for various different prints, and that would have been his real first introduction to art, the art industry, or art as a business. And I think that's really interesting to think about in light of the trajectory of his career later on. Unlike other people, contemporaries of his, the Impressionists, who, you know, some of their earlier experiences are of like so-called high art, fine art, paintings in museums. Steinlen, his first sort of apprenticeship as a quote-unquote artist is working, you know, in a textile mill, creating designs that are used, that are utilized, that are not hung on museums, but they're made into patterns, and then are cut into patterns and then sewn and then worn by people, or made into curtains or tablecloths. So for him, seeing that, I think his idea is that like art has a function, and it's a part of a larger business, and that the singular, authentic, original object, like a painting or a drawing, is just a means to another end, right? So you might do an illustration of a flower, but then that flower gets copied and reproduced thousands and thousands of times onto big reams of fabric, and then those are cut out and made into dresses and shirts and all sorts of other things, as opposed to that drawing then gets framed and put on a wall in a museum. And that might sound to some people like maybe, you know, so what? But considering that he becomes arguably the most important printmaker in European history, maybe, or at least European art of the late 1800s. And the idea of making a print is that you can disseminate that image, thousands and thousands of times, and they're almost identical, or at least they should be according to most printmakers. And that the original might just be a block that you've carved or drawn or scratched into and has really very little, and is backwards. So it's not really something that someone wants to exhibit or hang on their wall. It's the prints, and those prints are all identical, right? So they all really have the same value. I just think that that's fascinating, right? It's always, I think, when we look at artists' lives and the work they become famous for, and then we sort of rewind backwards and then look at what their earliest experiences are, we start to see that there are these pivotal kind of moments that create lasting influence throughout the rest of their lives. Anyway, I digress, as I have been digressing throughout today's episode already. So while he's living in eastern France, he gets married. His wife Emily, sorry. His wife, he gets married, I think, at age 20, and they have a small little house in this small little town. And he encounters this impressionist painter who's sort of moving about the countryside, making rural paintings, François Bourquin, and they strike up a conversation, and Bourquin says, if you're obviously very talented, have you ever thought of moving to Paris and like really doing your own art rather than just working in this small little village making textiles for other people? And Steinlen was probably like, well, I never went to art school. I don't know. I can't. That would be ridiculous to go to Paris and try to become an artist. And Bourquin eventually convinces him that, like, hey man, you're really pretty talented. I've been, watching you do these drawings of cats, maybe at the cafe in the village. And I think you could probably sell those. You could probably support yourself by just making drawings of cats. I'm sort of inventing a little bit of this interaction, but it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't too far from the truth. So Steinlen and his wife, they pack up and they move to Paris. And they settle in the Montmartre area quarter of Paris, which at the time was kind of on the edge, the outskirts of the city. And literally that's where the farms were. There were livestock. You'd wake up every morning, you would hear crows, or not crows, roosters, maybe crows. You would see farmers with their wagons going into town to sell their vegetables and fruit stands and markets. So it was not only on the edge of the city, there was also lots of windmills there, and hence this is the area where the famous Moulin Rouge Cabaret is, which was just a windmill that had been used for powering various different kinds of commercial enterprises in the neighborhood. And then converted into a cabaret. So it's on the outskirts of the city. So it's often where kind of the poorer people are living, the working class, and of course, where are artists going to get cheap rent and cheap studios? Well, they're all going to go to Montmartre, right? So you have a lot of artists living there. You got a lot of writers and poets living there. You've got a lot of actors who are performing in some of the nearby cabarets and music halls. You have a lot of transient workers, people who are sort of maybe seasonal, coming into the city to, do construction. And when construction's done, they maybe move on to a different city to build something else. You also have a lot of touring circus acts. Again, remember, this is before Netflix and where you would, turn on your TV at night to entertain yourself. Back in the day, you either read a book, if you could read, or you would save up some of your change and go see a live performance. So Montmartre would have been the most colorful area of the city. Oh, I should also mention it was also where the red light district was. So living in Montmartre, which was, it still is, you can go visit it today. It's very different than it was back in the day. It's kind of on this hillside. And, you know, again, that would have also maybe been a little bit undesirable, like getting up and down those hills to go to work every day. If you could afford it, you probably wouldn't live in that area. And there was probably lots of petty crime and drunkenness and arguments and fights and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's that kind of part of town that people like to maybe go visit, but maybe some people don't want to go live in. So him and his wife settle in that neighborhood, and one of the first things that Steinlen does is he's making drawings of the of cats and selling them. So let's see. Some of these are all going to be out of order. Yeah, let's not look at that just yet. This is, well, I'll show you that here in a moment. So the original neighborhood, so this is all Montmartre. This is the Montmartre Cemetery here. I couldn't find the actual address for where him and Emily lived, but this Rue Calancourt was where they had their first house. And so they are right in the middle of Montmartre. You can see here, just down the street, this is where Henri Toulouse-Lautrec's house and apartment studio was. There is, I mean, you can see there's lots of little stars here because when I've traveled to Paris, a lot of like artists' studios are now museums, and you can go visit them. So that's where they're living. And one of the interesting, and there's also this monument here to Steinlen here. It's him and his wife together, which I think is very sweet. I wasn't really able to dig up any information on her, but generally, no news means good news. Every time we hear about some of the wives or lovers of male artists in particular, it's usually for negative reasons. Either they cheated on them or abused them in some way. So the fact that I haven't heard anything about Steinlen and his wife, I think is hopefully, knock on wood, a good thing, right? Because hasn't always been the case for some of these artists we've talked about. But so he's living in that neighborhood, and very soon after he's introduced to Adolphe Ouellet, who is another important, he's an impressionist painter, caricaturist, and who spends a lot of time at various different cabarets, drawing some of the characters that he sees, writing poems, etc. And the one that they gravitate towards, or that he at least takes Steinlen to, is called Le Chat Noir, which shares the title for today's painting. So Le Chat Noir is generally considered to be the very first cabaret in Europe. I mean, maybe there were other ones elsewhere, but arguably maybe the first one in the world. And a cabaret is sort of like a bar with kind of restaurant type seating and a stage. And one of the reasons why this was kind of new is for a long time it was illegal to have a piano in a bar, at least in Paris, and at least in France, or at least in Paris. So that was that I was probably done to try to keep people from lingering around too long. If you make it about as boring as possible in a bar, maybe people aren't going to drink, and maybe they're not going to get in fights, and maybe they're going to stay home and not spend their family's money getting drunk every night, right? So that might have been the reason. Le Chat Noir was really one of the first places that had access to a license that allowed them to have a piano player. And so all of a sudden that means you've got entertainment. And this is maybe not just background music like you might see in a Western movie, but like the focus of the night's, the focus of the night. You have a stage and a piano player. And then, you know, being in the red light district, you might have some ladies coming on stage and removing certain articles of clothing. And another thing that really takes off is shadow plays. So the Chat Noir was a bar or a cabaret nightclub. It was also the name of their signature shadow play, which eventually goes on tour throughout France. And it also, Le Chat Noir is also the name of the so-called house magazine, because a lot of cabarets, you'd have certain people would go to the same cabaret 2 or 3 times a night, and you have lots of famous artists, you have lots of famous poets, famous writers, and so it's pretty smart of the owners of these cabarets to say, like, hey, we got a bunch of these famous creative people here. Why don't we make our own magazine? They're going to want to make work for the magazine. They're going to want to spend time doing that work in our bar, and we can charge them drinks and food, and then we can sell those magazines back to them and their friends, right? And so that's what they did. So almost all of these cabarets had, you know, weekly magazines that would promote the upcoming singers and the musicians and feature poems by these and paintings, illustrations, etc. Portraits of some of the more, you know, wealthy clientele, that kind of thing. And anyway, so the shadow play was this art form that, you know, some people point to being Le Chat Noir as being one of the first places in Europe or Paris for really popularizing this art form. Now, this kind of shadow puppets and have existed for centuries. This didn't just appear out of nowhere. And you can see here we've got, you know, a long history in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, Egypt, Turkey, Syria, Greece, Germany, France, United States. So, you know, all over the world people are doing these. And really their origin is also primarily for adults. Because sometimes this is stuff that's happening at night after the kids have gone to sleep, and it's sort of like adult cartoons or something. And it's also a way that you can make fun of the king or queen or religious figures without it being you on the stage. It's just a puppet. I'm poking fun at the king here, but this is all a joke, and I don't know, there's 4 of us behind the curtain here. It could have been any one of us. Are you gonna execute all of us just for making fun of the king? I mean, you had to prove which one of us was holding the king puppet, right? So the shadow play becomes sort of the signature thing that's happening here in Le Chat Noir. So this location here was the one I had up on screen. Now, I find it hard to believe, because if we look at... Well, let's kind of go from the locations here. So this is the first location of the Chat Noir, which I think, yeah, sorry, it's would have been one of these buildings right here. I think it might have been this one there. So, you know, and I think originally the Chat Noir was just sort of like kind of someone's apartment party, you know, like maybe some of us have had friends that, you know, every once a month they have people over, and it's like 10, 20 people. That kind of thing just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so the guy that owned the Chat Noir, Rudolf Salis, he kind of kept expanding and getting bigger and bigger venues. So that was the first one. And then they basically moved across the, well, not quite across the street here to Rue Victor Massé. And let's go here. I think this is it. There you go. So here's the plaque just showing this is the second location of the Chat Noir. Right, so it's kind of in a bit of like a, well, I don't know if you'd say a residential neighborhood, but it's not really on one of those big grand boulevards. So there are probably a few complaints from the neighbors. And then the final location is right here. And it's now a restaurant. So we'll take a look at this. So here's, you can go here, the Chat Noir, this venue. Let's just go down the street a bit here. So that's what it looks there. It's interesting because when we look at the Wikipedia page, this is the photograph of that location, and so I don't, you know, the current location is right on the corner. Maybe it was not quite, it looks like there's another diagonal building up here. So I bet you that's what we're seeing. That other building is right here on the corner, and the actual building itself was just sort of this, maybe this thing squeezed into the corner here. Yeah, because yeah, it does look like there is a diagonal street in behind here. So, but you can even see still to this day we have all of these adult-themed shops that are still right next door to it. So, you know, not a lot has changed in the past 150 years or so. So he's you know, hanging out in this place. He's doing drawings. He's making posters for the bar, posters for the various different people that are performing in the bar. He's doing, he's working, making illustrations for the various different magazines that cabaret, Le Chat Noir, has been printing their own magazine called Le Chat Noir, as well as like 5 or 6 other ones that are happening. He's super prolific. We'll take a look at his work here. He's a regular contributor to Le Rire, Gil Blas, L'Assiette au Beurre. Like, some of these have very funny names. Like, that's like a, what is that? Like a plate of butter is the name of that. The other thing that I want to mention here, Steinlen also often used a pseudonym, and I found the name of that pseudonym. What was the name of it? Was Jean Caillou. You also see here, this is on the Facebook page. I usually make a big post there. So Jean Caillou was the name of his pseudonym that he used because he was increasingly becoming more and more and more political. He was a avowed socialist and was participating in anarchist movements and causes. I think anarchism, as we know it today, is very different than the way people thought of anarchism back in the day. But he was becoming more and more socially involved, and his criticisms of the government, of police, of anybody in a uniform representing the government became more and more caustic and biting, and less like satire, and more overtly hostile. And I think that's interesting because some of the other artists who also became very famous for their printmaking would be Alphonse Mucha and Henri Toulouse-Lautrec. I wonder if there's any... How would be the quickest way to show you some of their work? Okay, I just want to... We have a couple of these guys coming up soon here. Mucha. You've probably seen him. He's sort of most closely identified with the Art Nouveau movement. And then you have Toulouse-Lautrec. Mucha's maybe just a little bit, after Steinlen. Toulouse-Lautrec is sort of a contemporary. Toulouse-Lautrec, also very famous for some of these posters. The Aristide Bruant, who was another major performer, promoter, and cabaret owner. And Jane Avril was also a very famous singer at the time. And one of the reasons why Steinlen did not really achieve the celebrity, the fame that Mucha and Toulouse-Lautrec managed to do is because often Steinlen is using a pseudonym to protect himself. French society at the time is still very conservative. It allows for this one area of the city to have some, to have a red light district and to be kind of wild, but the rest of the society is pretty conservative. So, someone openly criticizing the government week after week after week is certainly going to raise the attention of the authorities. This is incredible for a guy that is a self-taught artist. To be able to create these types of images is really pretty incredible. And that should be very inspiring to many people watching today, because I know that the majority of my audience are also self-taught artists who did not go to art school, did not have any formal training in art, might have taken an art class at a community center, or my drawing classes, my painting classes as well, but the fact that he taught himself how to do all of this is, I think, very inspiring. It goes to show you don't need a degree, a little piece of paper to prove that you can be an artist. You'll see that also throughout his career, he's also making paintings and drawings. He made sculptures. Obviously, he's most well known for his illustrations, his prints, posters, and the caricatures, cartoons that he did. He's also very, one might even call him like a proto-comic book artist. He did these like comic strips, which were also printed in some of these weekly magazines put out by the these various different cabarets. You can also see another thing he would do is illustrate sheet music. So often these sheet musics would, this is again before you had an iPad or iPod or CDs and records or even wax records. If someone wanted to hear a song a second time, they would have to buy the sheet music and learn how to play it themselves. So that was a huge market of producing sheet music, and obviously if it's got a pretty cover and a few drawings on there, it might attract a little more attention than just the plain old sheet music by itself. Steinlen also printed several self-published books and he illustrated books by Guy de Maupassant. Who are some of the other great poets of the time? Voyard. Anyway, he's right there in the thick of it. And this is, here we've got, look at all of this stuff. We can just scroll endlessly down here. All of these posters. That's crazy. The chanson de vie, this kind of skeleton holding a baby. That's not creepy at all, is it? That's another very famous poster of his. This is this Yvette Guibert was a famous cabaret singer, like Jeanne Avril. I just wanted to get down because I just want to show you that this is the first, what, 260 out of 11,000 that are just photographed and included here on Wiki Art. Right, he made, for one publication alone, 400 drawings for one magazine. So, I mean, it just goes on endlessly, the amount of work that this guy created over the course of his life. He dies in 1923 of a heart attack quite suddenly when he's in Paris, and he's buried in the Saint Vincent Cemetery in Montmartre. And really, right near the end is when he kind of reaches his peak of social criticism, because World War I, as it began and raged and then finally ended, that was the thing that just tipped him over. Like, it just drove him crazy, because, you know, we look at World War I today as just being like a moment of insanity between, you know, a bunch of different kings and a totally avoidable, unnecessary war. Well, people back then also felt that way. People are like, wait, why are we going to a war against Germany? What? Why? What do we have against the Germans? We're like, and obviously it chewed up millions and millions of soldiers from around the world, and was just a pointless war that really achieved nothing, and just, you know, basically led into World War II, which was even worse, right? But he was, because he was sort of kind of very politically connected, he saw all of that from the outset, and so he was just infuriated about World War I. And some of his final illustrations, I don't think that, well, there might be a few of them. Basically, they don't really illustrate the horrors of war. There's plenty of other people, Otto Dix probably being the most famous. But he instead kind of tried to show the effects of war on the people of Paris, as you saw horribly disfigured soldiers returning back from the war. You see widowed women whose husbands have passed away, orphaned children. He did lots of drawings of orphaned children. He, you know, displaced families, immigrants fleeing from various different conflict zones. So that was sort of kind of the right near the end of his life. His work just takes a very dark, very serious tone. And most of that work, you know, I'm sure I could find it here, is certainly not the stuff he's more famous for. He's more well known for these much more positive, celebratory images of the cabaret. So I think that probably, there's a few other tabs here. Yeah, I think let's get right into the painting, because we've lingered there for long enough, right? Okay, time for a sip of tea. Okay, so now that we've talked ad nauseum about today's great artist, let's sort of think about whether we want to do an underpainting or not. I don't think I am going to need to do one. Maybe some other people are looking at their work and might feel it necessary. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything like this, because at least on my painting here, I can still see all my pencil lines quite clearly. So, and I'm not really planning on doing any more work in the background, so I think I should be able to move on. And again, while this looks very yellow on camera, I assure you it's not too far off the image on the left in person. So I think I'm going to be able to skip that step and move on to the next one. In fact, the next step is usually the background, and I look at my background, And I think I can skip the background too. So, our next step is the foreground. Let's move to the foreground. We've really, I think, established a good background. So, what should we start out with first here, now that we know what we want to do? Well, what I generally like to do is work from the things that are the furthest back in space, in behind things, and then work my way forward. So I think that would kind of mean going right for the red first. So let's do that after all. Okay, so the thing that I'm questioning here is how I want to do this red. Or maybe even more specifically, how I want to do the wording here. I could paint this all red. I could paint this whole rectangle red, for instance, and then I can paint black over top of it, and then I could use, the leftover paint, or maybe even mix a similar mixture to paint that over top of the red. The question is that easier or more time consuming? Because the other option would be to paint around all of these letters. Painting around all those letters is time consuming. It will also mean that sometimes it really looks like you've painted around there, and you just see all of these kind of very hesitant, tiny little brush strokes, which are also more likely to have texture. So, I think I'm going to paint this all red and then paint over top of it afterwards. So I'm going to take my warm red, considering this is on the foreground, and I'm going to go right into this here. And I'm just noticing this, the lines on the cat are actually a different color than the background. I didn't notice that originally. So I'm going to leave that blank. The reason why I'm painting the bottom here is sometimes, if we don't do this, sometimes that edge becomes kind of visible, less so on the bottom of a painting, but on the sides, and sometimes it can be kind of distracting. So I'm just going to cover that up. Now, red is a fairly transparent color, so I can kind of get away with this. If I was painting maybe a color that had some white into this, like let's say this was a pink, that might have really changed my thought processes here. I probably would have been a lot more reluctant to just go in and paint a big bold color, a very opaque color over top of that area. I mean, I may even let this dry and then do a second coat just to give it as very nice solid application here. Also, that means that I can get a solid color without building up like a lot of texture, which can be hard to paint over. Oops, is that on camera? And Deborah's just saying, hello, I just had dinner with a friend, so I'm late. I'm going to include my cat, just like you did with your dog. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry that. Okay, I'm just going to do another coat of this red. It is, you know, the second coat is getting pretty close to obscuring some of these letters, so just be mindful of that. And different brands are also going to have different level, you know, they're made with different materials, and so some are potentially going to be more opaque than others. And sometimes I think, at least the way that I used to think, I don't know if anybody thought this as well, but I always used to think cheap paints tended to be more transparent and more expensive paints were more opaque, right? That transparency was sort of the unintended consequence of being cheap, and thus why some brands put a lot of titanium white in there to thicken them up. That's not necessarily the case. Some really expensive paints are very transparent by nature, and people pay a premium for them for that particular reason. Because sometimes you want transparent paint, but you don't want to just add water to it to make it thinner and more transparent, because that also dilutes the strength of the color. So getting a color that can be transparent and yet also not lose its vibrancy is something that is highly sought after. Okay. Now I want to take a look. Okay, I could paint this, the red there. Do I want to do that with a paintbrush? I think so. Let's get that out of the way. Just dry my brush right in the place where I just wiped paint off. Okay. So I think I'll use a Posca pen for the stuff up there. That's going to take me some time. I kind of feel like I want to get more done before I get sucked into that part of the painting. So I think I'm going to try doing a little bit of the words here. Now we could do this with a Posca pen, And maybe just by the way, so what this means here is prochainement means upcoming or coming up or next up, something like that, right? So this is where you would put the name of the venue. So this might, because this is the tour of the Chat Noir by Rudolph Salis. I mean, this means this is the tour. You know, so this would be sort of like when you see people who've got like the Bruce Springsteen, the World Around Your Finger 2019 tour kind of thing. I don't know if there was ever a tour like that, but you know, that's what this sort of poster would be, right? It's, and so you know, and sometimes those shirts say Chicago January 7th, New York January 8th, Toronto, and so on and so forth. This would just be where you would put Toronto January 24th, featuring the Blue Dog opening act, maybe. I don't know. I'm only hour and a half in and I've already lost my mind. Okay, so let's zoom in. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so painting this kind of stuff is kind of a bit tedious. That's why I said that this painting I don't think is complicated. It's just time consuming. I mean, I guess this is really good practice for someone to learn a little bit about brush control. So maybe while I'm painting this, I can just sort of kind of talk a little bit about brush control. Obviously, using a smaller brush is going to help you get small details, and but the thing with the smaller and smaller brush is that you have to dip your paint back into the paint more and more frequently because it holds less paint. And so sometimes that can mean you you have lots of evidence of like stops and starts. So like you could see in these areas right here. So sometimes what I generally like to do is sort of do a thin, let's say in this O, go around it once fairly thin, and then go back over it maybe after I've got a few other letters. So once I kind of establish how wide I want each letter to be, because sometimes what happens is I start with one letter and then that gets kind of, and I'm like, it's not right, and I just keep on expanding it, and then that means everything else has to keep on expanding and getting wider and wider, and sometimes you don't have room for it to keep expanding, and you're kind of like, ooh, I'm kind of trapped here now with these big, you know, wide letters. You know, it won't surprise me if the vast majority of people just use a Posca pen for this kind of thing, and hey, that's partly why that tool was invented, is how it can really simplify this part of the painting process. But if, you know, brush control is something you struggle with, well, the only way you're going to get better is if you bite the bullet and you just try doing it. Now, this poster was larger than this. It was at least double the size of it in its original form. So doing this kind of thing when I'm talking about painting something the size of my fingernail is harder. Totally. Yeah, I mean, so there's nothing wrong with using a Posca pen instead of trying to paint this. So you don't need to apologize and say, oh, I used a Posca pen. I mean, have you ever gone to the dentist's office and they said, well, I feel, I'm just not on my game today. I'm going to have to do x-rays. I was just planning on yanking teeth out, using my instincts. But I missed the bus today and I'm just not feeling up to it. Do you mind if I just do an x-ray? And you'd be like, yeah, please. I always think it's funny how artists are always feeling like they got to apologize for using whatever tool they need to get the work done. Versus in what other industry do people apologize for doing work faster and more efficiently? So that, up close on camera there, this looks maybe a little bit sloppy. It's probably also not really fair for me to do this kind of thing, as some of my first brush strokes. Because, this is, when I'm trying to use a small brush like this on right out of the box, like that's why I usually like waiting till the end of a painting to break out the small brushes like this, because then I'm less, then I'm more warmed up and I'm feeling better and more confident about doing smaller details. So I'm kind of not following my normal procedure. I don't even know why I started doing this first, to be honest. I think because I had red out and I figured let's just stay with the red, I guess. Trying to understand why I do what I do is yeah, that's, sometimes I myself do not know. It reminds me this time, once I did a commission for the Calgary Stampede, which is like a rodeo in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, which is my hometown. And so as part of this commission, I went out to this famous ranch outside of Calgary, a huge ranch. Calgary is like 400 kilometers from north of the U.S. border from Montana, and this ranch was about 20 minutes outside of downtown Calgary. And this famous ranch was so big that there was a time when the guy who owned that ranch could get in his little Model T Ford and drive from Calgary, drive onto his property, directly leave the city and drive right onto his property and drive right to the U.S. border without leaving his own land. That's... Anyway, why was I thinking about that? So I was talking to this ranch hand, this guy who was a famous cowboy, and he actually he was the stunt double for Heath Ledger in the movie Brokeback Mountain. And so I was talking to this guy, like he was taking me around the ranch, and he said to me, something like about how cows always walk in a zigzag pattern. I was like, oh, really? They do? Why do they do that? And he's like, well, he said, how did he put it? He has such a great way with words. Like, this guy was right out of central casting for like an authentic cowboy. Great storyteller. He said something like, there's no use asking yourself why such a stupid animal does what it does. And I'm like, oh, interesting. I mean, I don't know anything about cows. I'm a vegetarian, so I think him and I saw very differently about that kind of stuff. I was like, how can you? I didn't say anything, but I remember thinking afterwards, like, how could you spend hundreds of hours herding cattle and not be at least a little bit curious as to why they walk in this why they don't walk in a straight line. But that was his response. I always just thought that that was very funny. So anyway, that was sort of like, I was trying to bridge. Basically, I'm comparing myself to a cow. And that trying to understand why I do what I do is a fool's errand. Maybe even more of a waste of time than trying to figure out why cows don't walk in straight lines. Oh, and there's John, just made a donation through the YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, John. Oh, that's cool. Well, he says, I must invest in Posca pens. It's ideal for this. Totally. I mean, one of the things, when we get to Posca pens, we'll talk about it again, but Posca pens have their advantages and disadvantages, one of which is you have a nice sharp point. You know, it makes it a lot easier to write letters and tiny details using a Posca pen than it is to use your paintbrush, no doubt. The one thing that I don't like is you've got a limited amount of colors. Now they do, Posca, the brand, Uni, makes, you know, like, I don't know, maybe 100 different colors. So it's not like, you know, there's just black and white or pink or something. You do have options. The thing is, though, is, you know, let's say I can't do this exact background color in a Posca pen. Now you can buy Posca pens that are refillable, and technically you could put your own paint in them. I have not used those, though, so I can't speak to how well they work. And I imagine you'd have to probably use a like a liquid acrylic, fluid acrylic. I mean, otherwise, I mean, you wouldn't be able to use acrylic like this in there, like a soft body or heavy body acrylic, because it just is it's not gonna come out of the tip of that pen. So let's say, for instance, here, when it comes to this O, doing that, what I will almost always do is just sort of just go around. And then once I've gone all the way around, that's when I start to kind of widen it. And I don't just go big and wide the first time around. I just kind of go around, connect it all back up. And once I've done that, then I'll go back and widen again. Because what that allows me to do is, if I look at it, I see there's something kind of a little bit wobbly or not quite, you know, let's say it's a little misshapen. Well, I can widen certain areas to kind of make that circle a little bit more round and a little bit less flat on one side than the other. So in this case, I think I did a pretty good job of the outer side of this circle. So now I'm just sort of going into the interior and thickening that. I could have gone the other way. If I was unhappy with the outside, but I liked the way the inside turned out, then I would just widen it. Also, of course, you have the option to rotate your canvas. I try my best to keep it straight up and down during these episodes, just so people don't get dizzy. You spin my canvas right around, baby, right around, round. Spin my canvas right around. So, up close, does it look a little bit kind of sloppy? Yeah, a little bit. And is it surprising that the sloppiest part is that first O that I did? No. It doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, it would have surprised me if that had gotten worse as I went as opposed to better as I went. Sometimes that happens. And when that happens, it's just not your day. But generally, as I get more and more warmed up while I'm working, things just tend to get a little bit better. It takes a while to exit the mindset of, life outside of a studio. It takes a while to... I think that's maybe probably unconsciously why I kind of break these episodes into the way that I do them, or kind of get a little bit started, talk a little bit about a biography, let that sink in, and then I feel more and more like I'm sort of moving into a pure creative state, as opposed to not thinking about the bills and, you know, shopping lists and groceries and all that stuff. Kathy says, Michael and the Singing Painters. I like that, the name of the band. Art and the Artists. I like that too. No surprise that you guys who are always painting and drawing are also a very creative bunch, coming up with funny ideas, right? Goes hand in hand. So I think what I want to do next is, let's just take a look. So I've got the red on the bottom right, the words here. I think looking at this cat, I didn't really notice this at first, but you can see that the lines in the cat are not the same color as the lines of the background, which one assumes is like paper, right? So I think what I need to do is mix a different color for the cat and apply that. And it's sort of like a little bit of a dirty yellow. I mean, it literally looks kind of dirty. Right? Almost like little speckles, right? Like, and to be honest, I have no idea how that would have been done. You know, I bet you that would be a really interesting printmaking exercise. I think probably what he's done, or maybe he was collaborating with a printer. And it's also important to remember that probably every time these prints are done, they're a little bit different. And so it wouldn't surprise me if we could... I mean, I did show multiple different versions of this poster anyway, but little nuances like that. It's almost like a black that's been significantly diluted with some other medium, so that you get that really kind of dirty look. So let's... Should I make my own black? I think I'm going to use a black. I rarely use black, but not only that, okay, so this is, I can't remember honestly when the last time I used black in one of these episodes was. I'm going to take my warm yellow this time. I'm going to take a little bit of black. That's maybe too much. Now, I don't know, that probably doesn't come across on camera very well. I'm going to put a little bit of red into this paint because sometimes black has the weird quality of looking a little bit green. So to keep this from turning green, I'd rather it look a little bit more on the purpley side, personally, or brown side. Let's add a tiny bit of red into that mixture. There we go. Okay. Now I also want to be careful not to add white in here, because if I put white in here, then I might find it very difficult to see these pencil lines layer after layer after layer. Now I don't have to be too precise here, because I'm going to go over everything and outline it with black. The reason why I'm painting over a lot of this painting, and not just the areas that where the lines are, or where the lighter areas of, let me see, I should bring this up, is that just for sake of avoiding any big blobby areas of texture. If I'm kind of doing larger areas, it's more likely that I'll more evenly paint them in. Again, just a big concern here for me is just texture. Gotta let that dry, because now I'm peeling some of that paint off. Okay, so maybe I should just blow dry this. Where did I see that? Lolly says, "Oh my gosh, the real black is making an appearance. All hail the true black." Yes, the pole of the dark side. Luke. Lolly has to say goodnight. I'm doing the one-eyed watch. You have a wonderful night, Lolly. Pascaline also says it's 2 in the morning there in the UK. Have a good night, you guys. That's you. What an incredible community of people who are staying up late just to watch paint literally dry. You guys are awesome. Have a good night, you guys. So I think maybe I'm gonna do the red behind the cat now. That way I can do lines over top of the red with black paint or black Posca pen afterwards. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna simplify a number of things here because there's just no way I'm gonna be able to get that level of detail in this tiny little canvas here. So okay, let's just make sure that this Posca pen works. Let's give it a good shake. Right, you can hear that little cartridge shifting back and forth. That's helping to stir the paint up. And then, all right, it's working nicely. Now, my circle is a little bit lopsided. I'll try to kind of bring it back in line a little bit, but it won't be the easiest thing to do. This color kind of looks a little bit pink in person. On camera it looks like a nice deep red, but I've never noticed it looking so pink before. So as I said, now I'm trying to kind of widen it to try to... I guess I did a pretty sloppy job of tracing this out. Also, I have to be careful because I've noticed that these Posca pens sometimes take longer to dry. Some colors more so than others. And so you have to be kind of careful you don't get not stamping paint all over the place. I mean, if you look at his version too, it is not like a perfect circle. It's also kind of a little bit wobbly. So don't be too hard on yourself if yours aren't perfect. The likelihood that as a person you're going to do anything perfectly is almost zero. In fact, I wonder why anybody would want to behave like a robot anyway. I don't really know what perfection looks like. I don't know if I've ever seen it. And I think the history of art is not a progression to or from perfection, but maybe I really don't think perfection has any role in art at all. I don't think there's ever been an artist who's really thought, or striven for perfection. I think it's something that other people say, probably because of their own lack of understanding of how art is made. And they just think that it's like kind of a magic, and that great art is perfect, because they just think about their own inability to do what they see, and they think therefore it must be perfect. But I know Leonardo da Vinci certainly didn't think of the Mona Lisa as perfect. That painting drove him absolutely crazy. He worked on it for decades, or at least a decade and a half. Well, some people say 5 years, some people say 15 years, so we'll say 10 years, split the difference. But I think Leonardo would be pretty surprised to see how people have embraced the Mona Lisa, and he, just like any other artist, could only see the flaws and problems. little bit wider lines. Okay. I think you could see how pink that looks. I don't know why that's so much more pink. I don't know if it's just this. Okay, let's try doing some of these letters. Now some of that's going to get covered up with whiskers and stuff a little bit. I'm actually really surprised at how pink that looks. If it looks pink on the screen, it's more pink in person. And you can, maybe if you see these reds. So that's, you know, that's the disappointing, again, part of using Posca pens over just painting it, is that lack of consistency. But man, if I was trying to paint that whole thing, I'd probably still be finishing that first circle. So Now there are intersecting lines there. I just wonder if that's going to get too busy. I might just leave it like that for right now. And then let's see, because most people don't really think of this kind of halo shape as being that important. In fact, if I was to ask people, if we were to look at it for 20 minutes and then stop looking at it, and I was to do everything except that, how many people would notice that that's missing? Probably not as many as you'd think. So I don't want to get it too busy and too crowded there, because I could get there pretty quick. So I'm going to leave that blank for now. I think we're moving on to black now. Well, you know what? I'll do, I'm going to break this down into another part here. Okay, so now that we've done, I think, all of the red in this painting, I want to do a little bit of the white lettering, or it's not the slightly off-white that's technically supposed to be the same as our background, down at the bottom here, and then work on the black lettering and the black painting of the cat. We're actually doing pretty good with time. I'm pleasantly surprised. But we're not there yet, so I don't want to get too excited. So let's think about where we need to go next here. So let's look at the bottom down there, and the bottom down here. Now there's the words are there, they're just hard to see with all the lights on here. So I think what I need to do is mix this color again, my background color, and then see if I can paint that. So because remember, this is the recipe I used for the background. I used cool yellow, cool blue, and cool red. Very small amounts. Oops, sorry. Not on camera. Now there's a lot of white in there because, and I'm not putting any matte medium in here to dilute this color either. And sorry, I put the white in there so that it can, as easily as possible, cover up and hide the red underneath. If I can ideally do it in one layer, that would be great. Okay, I'm going to put a bit of warm yellow in there just to... Okay, that's pretty close. It was maybe a little bit more white, so it's a little bit lighter. So what I was doing was just trying to get the color to look similar with all of that white in there, which is a bit of a mind warp if you think about it. So the color's not the same, it's lighter. And you can see I put a lot of warm red in there. So it's got a little, maybe I put almost a bit too much red in there to start with, but good enough. Now I wouldn't want to use this color in the background to touch things up. That's why I've saved this little bit here, just in case I run into an emergency. I've got a little bit of that color hanging around. And it's possible that after I go to all the trouble of mixing that color, that I'm not going to be happy with it. And sometimes you don't even know until after you've painted it, right? So sometimes I hear from people, you know, they say, oh, no, I did it, and I mixed it, and then it wasn't right, and I had to mix it again. Obviously, I'm just such a horrible painter. I think, why does that make you horrible? That makes you a great painter. That you were able to see that it wasn't coming out the way you wanted it, and then rather than just using it anyway, you're like, you know what, I can do better. I'm gonna, like, that's the mark of someone who's like a true pro, right? You're not just gonna kind of just accept, you know, something that you're not happy with. You go to the effort of trying to fix it. That's great. Okay, so again, all the words are there. The R there is, of course, in black, so I'm going to skip that. I'm a little concerned at how light this actually is. I might have put, in my haste to try to make the painting, or to finish the painting as quickly as possible, I think I might have put a bit too much white in this mixture. And there's a little speck of paint there. I'm just going to leave that and then fix that later. I think it's going to be fine. It's just, you know, sometimes you're kind of hoping it would be a little bit more opaque. Or a little bit closer. Try to clean that up with red later. Okay. I mean, this is an incredible piece of graphic design. This whole thing is... I mean, the fact that having all of these letters so closely sandwiched together, but using black and, or this kind of brownish yellow to separate them is pretty clever. That's for sure. They are holding up well. They're not as because they're kind of thick and there's a lot of white in there. They're not transparent. The reason why I put so much white into this paint is I was a little bit afraid of having to go over this twice. I was like, imagine if I have to like go over it a second time, and then sometimes you do a good job first time and the second pass you're kind of a little bit sloppy and you don't quite go edge to edge, or you go further past the edge and then it just looks like you did do it twice. So I kind of just opted for more white. I think probably I'm going to be the only one who will notice that. And artists are always worrying about things that other people will never notice. I mean, I did have a friend, I remember him saying something, because I might even said, like, why bother spending so much time perfecting something that someone will never notice? And he did say, it's sort of like your job. Your job is to be more concerned than anybody else about your own artwork. And I thought that's pretty clever. That should be true, I think. You know, that, and maybe that's, I think, whatever you do, I think you should be more concerned about it than anybody else. You're paying more attention than anybody else. Right? Like, if your job is to clean toilets and you're really, and someone else is, I'm trying to think of how to make this metaphor work. Someone else how does that work? If someone else notices, is spending more time keeping track of how clean the toilets are, that either means you're not doing a very good job, or you've got a really horrible boss who's micromanaging you. Yeah, I mean, it's like, if your job is to, you know, if you're like a waiter or something, your job is, you should be more concerned than anybody else about how clean the cutlery is, right? You don't want to be like, who cares? Look at this, there's this rat got cleaned, you know, snuck into the dishwasher while it died, and bits of fur got in everything. Who cares? Let's just, you know, that's pretty gross. Your job is to kind of ensure that everything is really clean properly, more than anybody else. Like, if other people are coming in and, you know, you want to be able to put their mind at ease that, yeah, no, don't worry, I am more concerned about this than anybody else here. It's you know, you can have certainty that the cutlery is clean and healthy. I think, did I bring that back around? Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this, and then I think I'm ready to start painting some black. I think I'm going to start with the words. One of the things I'm doing, maybe every like second or so letter sometimes, is just rubbing the excess paint off onto a rag so that it's not building up. Oh, I forgot to... Duh. I'll come back to that here. Duh. Duh. That S just keeps getting wider and wider. Holy smokes. Okay, that's too wide. Let's get a rag and take care of this. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's just get rid of all that then. Okay, blow dry that. Kathy's saying goodnight. Oh. Yeah, I think so. So, as Kenny Rogers used to say, you've got to know when to fold them. Know when to hold them. That's about all I know of that song. So sometimes, you know, you're not happy with the little thing here. You just gotta make that decision pretty quickly whether you want to continue with it or not. If you're gonna wipe it away, I'd say you got about 2 minutes tops with acrylic paint before it is there for eternity, and the only solution is to paint over it. I mean, I suppose one solution was to, you could sand it off. You could let it dry and then sand it away. That's pretty hardcore, though. That's, you know, going to create a mess. If you're willing to, I mean, you're potentially going to sand right through the canvas. But it is an option, you know, just, that's more if you've got like a very thick texture. I mean, I remember when I was in college, I was friends with some people who, that was their kind of their art practices. They would kind of splatter paint on acrylic paint onto canvas, into wooden panels, and just big gobs of it. And then they would let it dry. And then once it was dry, they would use like electric sander to sand into the dried paint. And so you'd get all these really cool effects as like different layers of acrylic paint would be revealed, and they would carve into the surface. And very cool. So I mean, it is an option. It's not, I mean, you could do it for something like this, but again, I think it would be because maybe it's almost a bit too hardcore. One thing that, so this paint is, you know, I'm painting quite thick, and some of this texture is going to survive, but 80% of it is going to slowly disappear as the paint dries. Remember, acrylic paint is water-based, and for acrylic paint to dry, the water needs to evaporate. So as it evaporates, it loses some of its texture. Not all of it. You know, it just occurs to me as I'm working on this that these posters that artists like Toulouse-Lautrec, Alphonse Mucha, and Steinlen created, like this one, they might be the first occurrence of text in painting or art, fine art. I think it's worth noting that, you know, that these artworks, I consider them artworks, and I think most people consider them artworks today, but when they were made, did people would other artists have seen them as artworks? I don't know. I suspect people would have seen them the way that we might look at a Netflix show today. You know, when you watch even a really good show on TV, do you consider that art? Like, do people, I'm trying to think of I don't know, like Seinfeld, do people look at that and think of it as an artwork along, you know, just as much as they think of the Mona Lisa as an artwork? I'm inclined to say yes. I don't know how many other people would, however. And obviously these were advertisements. Their goal was to promote a business, in this case the Black Cat Shadow Play. That N is getting wide. But really, prior to this, we didn't see text in art much, if at all. And then, kind of after this, we start seeing text in art all over the place. Like Picasso and Braque, who were big fans of Steinlen's work. Picasso talked and wrote about that. It's not a... He talked about the influence of seeing these artworks, the very graphic style, very bold use of colors. Heavily influenced Picasso, who I think saw, like, okay, maybe I could make my artwork very iconic by, you know, having strong contrast between light and dark. And that's going to make them really stand out on the exhibition wall, especially if it's like a group show or something. So yeah, that C and the N are pretty bold now. I don't think I'm going to widen the red at all. I think I'm just going to leave it like that. I think it's okay to be like that. Kathy says, I just refueled a quesadilla and eggs. John says, yes, someone is still missing and carry the rest of the word. Someone's still... Not sure I understand what you mean, John. Someone's still missing. So carry the world? Someone's still missing, carry the word. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just going to come back here and get the duh. So I haven't looked at these side by side yet for a while. I mean, the fact that these letters are so much wider does make me wonder, do I want to widen the R and the S down there too? Lolly says, I'm back. Instead of bedtime, my dog decided it was bark and be an idiot time. So I'm wide awake now, as are the neighbors, I expect. Thank goodness I have all of you to keep company. To keep me company. Great. Yes. Our beloved pets have a habit of keeping us on our toes sometimes, hey? Okay, I'm going to blow dry this here. Okay, so I think that's good for right now. So I'm going to go into another step here. So we've got, I think everything basically besides the cat. There's a few little details like prochainement and an outline around the producer's name at the bottom, Rudolf Salis. But the cat is our next step here, and I think that's going to make a big difference because probably people are waiting around to see when that cat is going to make an appearance. So maybe actually let's... You know, I was planning on using a Posca pen for the black to do the outer outline of the cat, but I don't know. Well, let's see. I mean, my only kind of reservation about doing that is that putting a black Posca pen right next to black paint can really make the differences between them quite obvious. And generally, I don't want to do that. I want to kind of keep them separate so that because they will look different. So, yeah, it's going to be more challenging as I get up to the face, which I didn't really notice that's very obscured. So there's going to be a lot of work that needs to go into that area. Okay, let's start painting. I mean, I am almost tempted to start with that. That would actually be probably most prudent. To start with the outline and then do the inside. Yeah, okay, and I'm going to do it with a brush after all. Okay. You'll notice, like, I'm not going for like the cleanest lines here, right? It's not a robot cat. It's intended to be kind of like a wild, mangy cat. Like the story goes that this was a stray cat that was rescued by Sally, and he kind of kept it in the sort of like the house pet kind of thing. Sometimes you go to a bookshop or something, and there's like the owner's got a dog or a cat that sits by the window all day long. All right, that's sort of what we have here. Now there is this little bit of misregistration down here, and I think I'm going to do a little bit of it here. I guess I should be trying to go for a little bit thinner outlines, shouldn't I? Got carried away a bit. Ah! So I'm just going to jump over to here. I just keep getting worse and worse, so I'll just move on from that. Okay, I'm going to deal with those feet later. The claws. Like sometimes when I have a hard time seeing detail, rather than just sort of diving in and trying to figure it out, it's like, okay, well, let's move on to the things that I can see. Let's get those in. And then I'll come back to the things that I can't see. Because sometimes filling in all the stuff that you can see is going to make what you can't see easier to see. Or figure out what goes where. You know, sometimes it just gets clarified in the act of painting some of that stuff. So if I'm going to have to do it at some point anyway, then I'd rather do it when there's more information there to help me. Because the worst thing that happens is I get impatient. I start trying to work in an area where there's little information, and I think I do a good job, and it turns out that now it conflicts with areas where I can see what's supposed to go where. And then the problem is, now I've got another problem on my hands. So I try to keep all my problems, minimize my problems. Okay, so I got a little bit of splotch. I have no idea. Oh, it must have been right there in my wrist. Okay. So I got to take care of that now. Because if I try to take care of it 20 minutes from now, then I'd have to try to remix a color, the background color, and paint that in. Ooh, no thank you. So often when I'm painting, you know, I kind of take a look at the whole thing, and I often just sort of keep an eye that there's no paint building up on my hand. Because all it takes is just, you know, you're resting, your brush, not even resting, your hand just brushes over the surface. A little bit of paint jumps on for the ride. And then you've got yourself a stamp that's just going wild all over the canvas. Okay, so now I'm going to have to do a little rotating. Okay. We connected that. Let's just kind of back out. Not bad. Starting to get there. So, I'm just going to take a second to, I'm going to clean this brush. Well, he says, at first glance, I had no idea how tricky this one would be to paint. The outlines and the wording styles take quite a bit more attention than I initially realized. Although I shouldn't be surprised, I always feel the same way whatever painting we do. I think that's true. You know, if I did this with a pen, I would have been done an hour and a half ago. So, you know, I'm taking the bit of the long way around, because, you know, why not? I enjoy this. It's not always about getting it done as quickly as possible. It's not. I wouldn't say any of this has been difficult. It's just slow. If you're going to do a good job, it's going to take you a little bit of time. You know, I think of it a little bit like gardening. I was outside doing some yard work today, and there's something kind of meditative about it. It's not really like, okay, I gotta get this done. I gotta do all. It's sort of like, oh, this is kind of relaxing. I don't mind if this takes me an hour, and I'm the only person that ever appreciates this. Right? So, that you know, that's. Those are some things that I don't mind, quote unquote, wasting time on. Not that that's what you were saying, Lolly, at all. I just. I think some people might be discouraged by, you know, how time-consuming, or how much time I'm spending on this painting. But just like with any painting we've done, like, I mean, I've taught many of these paintings in person, how to do these paintings in person, and often we only have like 2 hours. And so it's like a race, and I don't do all these layers of paint that I'm doing. You know, it's just, I have to cut a lot of corners. But when I'm doing it here, it's like, well, I don't know, is there an urgency to get it done? Not really. So let's take our time. So this is a slightly different brush. This is what we call like a square brush as opposed to a round brush. And so it's like flat. You know, there's, as opposed to coming to a point. You know, it's more like a chisel, I guess. And these are really my favorite brushes. You probably see me use these types of brushes all the time. This is just a very small one. Oops. I'm going to ignore those feet for a little bit here. Now this paint, you know, as I kind of paint it in quickly, it's a little bit transparent, a little dry brush. I think I'm going to go back over and with another layer of black darken it. But it does present the possibility that I could really try to incorporate it into the work, and because I think it looks kind of nice, but and I could have darkened that this color that I used for the interior of the cat even more now that I see it, but I think I'll be okay. So I am getting close to the point where I'm going to have to deal with the face of the cat and the paws, kind of parts that I've been kind of putting off here. Or not putting off, it's just that, like I said, that I painted the background a little bit too, or this kind of mustardy color, a little bit too opaque. And it's a little tricky to see. We go back down to a fairly small brush. Okay, I think I'm ready. Now I've narrowed down the problem area to that small little space. So now I'm more confident that even though I can't really see what goes where, I can probably figure this out. Okay. Whoa, going on 4 hours here. Like, where did that all of a sudden happen? That's what I should have done first. I should have done those claws. Live and learn. Like, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, 5. That's not my finest hour right here. Yikes, there's some parts of that that are not pretty. Okay, well, I'm just going to move on from that. Not happy with it, but and there's, you know, if I really am unhappy with it later, I can always kind of, there's a few little things I could do to quote-unquote fix it if I really am going to beat myself up over it, which I'm not, but... Ugh. Oops, okay, so I'm putting... Okay, got a little bit of paint here to deal with. So I put those little lines in for the eyes right now to help me outline some of this. Well, it says, looks fine, Michael. No one else would know you weren't 100% happy with that. It's like, and Kathy says, it's like when someone compliments me and I point out all the mistakes. Haha, human nature, I think it's looking great. I appreciate that. Yeah, as I always say, most, you know, most people are never going to look at one of our paintings as closely as we do. So don't get too hard on yourself, because first of all, I mean, at the end of the day, what difference does it really make? I mean, seriously. Like, it's not like, you know, someone's got a gun to my head, and if I don't do a perfect painting, that's it, folks. I mean, I take it about as seriously as someone playing Game of Solitaire or something. But, you know, you can also, you know, when you're playing Solitaire, sometimes you're like, oh, I'm so close to, like, getting rid of all my cards. Ugh. So I can't see the lines here at all. I'm just kind of flying blind here, inventing a little bit. And again, worst comes to worst, I can always just paint this out and put yellow back in there and just do it all over again. And honestly, there might be a few places where I end up actually doing something like that. Such as right here in the forehead. I'm kind of getting a little bit tired of doing all these tiny little details and I also just noticed that the eyes I should have left blank. Rather than painting them. You see how I'm kind of doing an arc? Like I'm trying to, first of all, see if this is the right, most effective placement for my hand to be able to do that line. It's sort of like it's like a practice. I talk about this in my drawing class in one of those episodes. I talk about kind of like how golfers do a fake swing, or not, practice swing, and then kind of step up and then do it again, and in order to try to get a little bit more accuracy. And that can be really helpful, because then I feel like I can do a line a little bit with a little bit more confidence. So I've got this one. So this kind of thing is super painstaking, especially if you can't see the lines. Oh my goodness. In fact, you know what? Instead of trying to just do this without any guidelines, let's see if I can help myself here at all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what have I done here? That's totally wrong. Okay, let's do plan B here. Okay, I'm gonna mix a paint and put that on top. It's just, that's getting ridiculous. I don't have those lines. I went a little bit faster than maybe I should have in the initial outlining stage, and then I'm paying for it now. So. But I imagine the same sort of thing is going to happen for a number of people, so let's see if I can demonstrate how we might solve that problem, or maybe even make it better. Just gonna, well, I'm gonna blow dry everything here in a moment, but maybe while I'm doing that, let's just kind of darken in. I kind of like a little bit of the patchiness here. I don't think it looks quite so good on camera. Well, I said it's always harder tracking these tricky little bits 4 hours into the painting after so much detail already. You end up cross-eyed. Tell me about it. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be able to mix that exact color because there's some black in there. So I'm actually just going to take a little bit of white, a little bit of black, make a bit of a gray. See how kind of, well, sorry, that's way too close to the screen. It's kind of a little bit greenish, that's why I'm adding that red. into the mixture. So I'm probably going to have to paint this twice. In fact, I'm just going to blow dry that. Okay, so it's a little sloppy right now. That's okay. That's what we expect. What was I going to do? All these claws. I mean, the worst comes to worst with this kind of thing is I'm unable to kind of really get the color close, and I end up having to kind of basically go all the way around and repaint everything like this. That would be, you know, the undesired kind of result here. But I think I'll be able to get pretty close. I mean, knock on wood, but... I mean, it actually also doesn't look bad. I mean, I don't know what it looks like on camera. Those colors aren't matching, and they're a little bit transparent. And there's a bit of that green in there. I could have put a bit more red. Now, I was a little bit sloppy with that application of paint because I know that I'm going to paint another layer of paint over top of it and then go back and touch it up with some black. So I'm not going to overdo it here and spend too much time at this stage because, well, I'm going to have to do something on top of it, right? Oops. Okay. Fairly confident with that color. Maybe just blow dry that first. I do think to myself, well, you know, I probably, since I'm doing a second layer, I probably should have put more white in that previous layer just to really ensure that I'm going to be able to see, like it's not, because this could be a little bit darker. Maybe, we'll see. Actually, it's going on pretty good so far, knock on wood. Although once things dry, things tend to change color a little bit. It's looking pretty good so far. Again, I'm not concerned about being a little bit sloppy because I'm gonna touch that up here with black after this stage. And the goal with anything like this is to do it in a way that once it's done, it becomes very hard to tell what was done. I don't know if that's going to happen here. That would be the goal, but I don't think that's going to happen. But if we can get close. Yeah, I should have put a bit more white in there. Ah. Well, one never really knows what the right path is until you get to the end of the journey, right? And by that time, it's too late. That's the great irony. So, what you just have to do is just pick a path and try to make the best of things while you're on that path. As I see it, right? You know, and if you're on that path and you decide it's not working out, well then you can always change directions. I think that's pretty close, especially once we get black back in here. And maybe that white wouldn't have worked anyway. I don't know. It just would have been different, right? Yeah, it's taken me twice as long as I anticipated to finish this painting, and I'm still not done. But, what are you gonna do? Okay, now I'm just gonna get those eyes. So this is the same color here that I'm about to use that I used for the text down there, right? So it's close to the background color, but it also has a bit more white in it. So let's blow dry all this. Okay, let's just clean up these brushes. And then hopefully we're close. You know, again, I don't mind making mistakes and fixing mistakes, and I've heard from people over and over that seeing me make mistakes is a bit of a relief for some people, knowing, oh, it doesn't always go perfectly from beginning to end. I thought it was just, I was the only one who ever made a mistake. It's nice to see a professional artist fall flat on their face. But also I think it can be useful to see how one can fix mistakes. You know, most of art is, we see perfect, you know, or what seems to be perfect paintings in books and magazines. That's why I think it's good to see art in person. It's just sometimes you're like, oh, it was a little sloppier than it looks in the art history textbook. So that I think is really important. but also knowing just how to fix a mistake if you make a mistake. Because you're going to make... every painting is just basically a catalog of mistakes. And so it's just like, how are you going to deal with those? How are you going to incorporate them? And then how can you take advantage of them, I think, is even more important. Because sometimes a mistake is like a gift. You know, that's what Bob Ross talks about, the happy accident, right? And I always get a kick out of mentioning Bob Ross in my classes because, like, I mean, at university particularly, because students will like be just blah 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 and just tuning me out, and then they hear me talk positively about Bob Ross and I'm like, what I thought you weren't allowed to like Bob Ross. I thought he was, you know, it's just like, why? You know, where do these... And, you know, I'm sure I have some colleagues who would eat their own shoe before saying something complimentary about Bob Ross for whatever bizarre reason that they might have, but come on. But Bob Ross talks about the happy accident. Did I mention that? Did I finish that sentence? And that whole concept of embracing a mistake, I think, is probably Bob Ross's greatest contribution to not just art, but culture. It's much more of like a Zen, Eastern Buddhist kind of approach that in the Western world, Western art world in particular, is presents like a great challenge to the orthodoxy of, which is why I also love it, because the idea of challenging what art is and who can make it and why and all sorts of things. Those are issues that are really important to me. That it's that it shouldn't just be old white guys This is so the problem that I'm having here is that now I've got several layers of paint, this texture that's been built up, and you know, going back to the thing I was talking about of, you know, gessoing on and buttering a waffle versus buttering a pancake. Well, here I'm trying to butter a waffle. and trying to get nice straight lines over a surface that has a lot of texture to it it's basically impossible. Unless you want to spend the rest of your life doing it. Coupled with the fact that my eyes are starting to get kind of crossed. So one just does the best that they can. And, you know, probably if I wasn't doing this live, I probably would have taken a break. But I'm kind of loath to break these up into multiple episodes unless something urgent requires my attention and I gotta sign off, like to take care of my daughter or something. So, you know, it's like an area like this with these paws, right? They're so clean and nice and pretty in Steinlen's piece here, and I've kind of mucked it up a bit. So I'm going to join that together, right? Where it was kind of causing me problems, right? Maybe just that one. Okay. Stroke by stroke by stroke. Run out of things to say at the moment. John says painting in oil saves time a lot. Maybe I don't, well, I can't really see how painting in oil would, if I was painting this in oil, this would take me much longer. Because I wouldn't be able to do all these fine details in oil. I'd have to wait for it to dry. I mean, potentially, yeah, I mean, I don't see. Sometimes it can go faster. You can do a lot of blending a lot faster. So if I was painting like a portrait, totally. Painting in oil, well, again, depending on the process. So I was painting in like an impressionist fashion, maybe. It's just different. I mean, I don't know. It's yeah. I mean, that's what I've been painting in oils for like 20 years, and I like painting in oils, but it's you know, I mean, it's similar to acrylic painting in that you're using a paintbrush. But beyond that, like oil painting has maybe is less in common with acrylic painting than, you know, it's about as different from acrylic painting as watercolor is from acrylic painting, or gouache. I mean, it's, yeah, I don't see how oil painting would make this faster in any way, but to each his own. Okay. I'm curious, John, how you would feel painting this in oil would have gone faster. What would oil allow you to do here? It would speed this process up that acrylics wouldn't. I probably should have just done that right off the beginning. Like if I had maybe pursued that line of action there. Let's okay, almost done. I just want to do a little bit of text and then I think I might be done. So let's prochainement. Oh, do I want to do the artist signature? Maybe. Lisa says, another painting to watch. Thanks, Michael. Keeping people busy. Okay, let's just speed things up here with a Posca pen. Surely I have a Oh, there's, I was going to say, I've got an open black one somewhere here. So much for being done in 3 hours. And as I said, every time I say that, I burn myself by spending twice as long. Ah. That looks like an E. I'm going to blow dry that and see if I can touch it up a tad. So this is why I preserve a little bit of my background paint in case I need it, and here I do. And look at that. Goes from an E to a C. Let's blow dry that. I mean, it's better. I could try to erase that whole C and shift it over, but that's just... I think that's going to bring more attention to itself than hiding that little bit of the E has just done. There's a little bit of paint there on the side for my fingers that I wanted to get rid of. I'm going to take my warm red again. It's pretty sticky at this point. So there is that misregistration here. I like how it turned out in most places, but I'm just cleaning that up a bit here. No, I just want it to look intentional and not sloppy. You know, it's like if there's a mistake there, I want it to look like I saw it and I accepted it rather than just like, oh, look, there's a mistake. I had no idea that was there. What do you know? What do you know, Bob? Made a mistake. That was a different color, wasn't it? Okay, I gotta blow dry that and just paint over that. The Nutty Newfie says, I am late. Very late, it seems. And Sankeet says, don't worry, bro. I am also one of you. Good to see you guys in the chat there. You're here right at the end, which is great. It's great to have everyone takes turns putting in shifts. Some people there right at the beginning. Some people right at the end. It all works out. Okay, my eyes are now officially crossed. If there is a mistake, I don't even know if I'm capable of seeing it. Let alone being able to fix it. You know, for a painting that has so few colors, this is trickier than I expected. Oh, do I want to do his signature? He's got his signature down here in the bottom left. I don't think so, because I don't have a lot of room down here. My instinct, if I was to do it, would be to do it at the top of the painting. So, I think I am ready to move on here. We're here. We're done. I think. Knock on wood. Twice as long as I expected to be, but here I am. It's done. And before we take a look at how these paintings fared side by side, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. 60% or more of the people who watch these episodes are not subscribed to the channel. That would really help if ever, even if half of the people that are new subscribe, that would be great. Hitting the notification bell also helps you know when upcoming bonus episodes are taking place. So if you want to participate in one of those free feedback sessions, just hit the notification bell, join the Facebook group, upload what you created to the Facebook group. Once a month, I go through there, take everything, including all the drawings that are on there for people who are doing the free drawing course that I filmed a few years ago here on YouTube. I will give you feedback on those. If you want to leave a donation as little as $1 through PayPal, Super Chat, or contact me through my email to send an e-transfer, all those links are down below, right? Okay, so let's see how this turned out. There's the original by the great master Théophile Steinlen, and there's my version. Now again, that yellow in mine is way more yellow, at least on the TV screen that I'm previewing this out at, than it is in person. In person, this looks a lot more like what I see on the TV screen on the left. So, take that with you as you will. I think we're pretty close. But even if it was a little bit brighter, we looked earlier on at different versions of this print that also had a very bright yellow background. So, you know, because this poster has been, it's probably one of the most reproduced posters in the history of posters. And I'm not just making that up. This poster was very popular when it was produced. It became basically the trademark image of Le Chat Noir Cabaret, and then it was used on the tours and, you know, coffee shops and bars, restaurants, all sorts of places have this print on their wall. There you see people in college and wealthy industrialists have this in their boardrooms. So, and each time the colors shift ever so slightly. A few things that I'm noticing though, maybe it's time to zoom in a little bit. Maybe, where should we go? Let's start down here in the bottom left. A few things I do notice is that the color, you know, that I used for the cat itself, not the black, but these lines inside, they could have been much more of a gray than I did. I guess I was a little bit afraid of going too dark and making that cat, you know, a little bit harder to read. But I should have just trusted that Steinlen knew what he was doing and gone with that. Having said that, it's not something I'm going to lose sleep over tonight about, but it's just something to kind of track, right? Because I think otherwise I got my colors pretty close. Down here, I like the misregistration, and I tried to keep a little bit of that. I maybe could have gone a little bit more. In fact, I did paint a bit of that out just 10 minutes ago. In terms of the wording, I think all of that's okay. You know, again, that's the size of, like, each one of these words is maybe just a little bit bigger than a fingernail. And so while up close on screen there, it does look a little bit sloppy, and probably yours at home is also going to look a little bit sloppy if you're painting on a 9x12 sized canvas. That's not something that most people are ever going to be able to see. You know, everyone's looking at this on screen here, and we can see all of the mistakes and little sloppy bumps and things in all of their fantastic glory, but later on tonight when I'm sitting across from it, when it's on my mantle, I won't, and I'm, you know, 8 meters, not 8 meters, that would be nice, 3 meters away, 10 feet or so, I won't be able to see any of that. It's going to look super sharp. So other things here, we've got the N and the C and the T are all basically twice as wide as they should be. Again, I'm not too worried about that. It doesn't bother me. Let's go up top. I had that little bit of a goof there, but I think I was able to fix it just by virtue of keeping a little bit of paint, of extra paint, that I could go back in and touch up parts of that. Now let's just kind of go down to the cat itself. Yeah, I mean, feet aren't my greatest day, but I don't mind. I'm not going to beat myself up about it, but in a way, some of this work reminds me a little bit of like Henrietta Shore and that flower painting we did of hers a while ago. So, how about these faces of the cat? Well, first of all, the halo shape around there, I used a Posca pen, ostensibly the red Posca, but it's because it's on this yellow background that also has a bit of white, it appears to have gone kind of peachy pink. Is it a big deal? On its own, I don't think so. Side by side, it's kind of upsetting a bit, but I think as I look at the painting on its own and its own merits, I think I'll be more than happy with the result. The details in there, obviously I had to remove, you know, basically half of the details in order for it to just remain legible, right? And actually, you know what? This is perfect because that I wasn't happy with that little pink, well, red line that was there, and I was planning on covering it up with the black and totally forgot about it, and then I did, and now I just was able to fix it, right? Sometimes that happens. That's an example where I could have driven myself crazy painting it out so that I could cover it up, and then here I just, because I don't know, you can't even see it, but there was a pink line in here that I intended to put where I just put it, but it got covered. So sometimes just waiting until the end and the problem solves itself. Montjoie, Montremartre, I think that's okay. It's maybe less legible now than it even is in the original. I'm not going to beat myself up about that. And then we'll just have the last little bit here with the cat. Overall, I think it turned out good. Well, you know, I mean, considering that I basically painted the whole face out at one point and then restarted. I don't know. I mean, you know, side by side, it's sort of the same. Like, I don't really... You know, maybe I could have had a little bit slightly different shapes for the pupils in there and made them a bit more kind of sharper at the tops and the bottoms, but that's minor. Okay. I think this one's, I'm going to be happy with this and seeing this from across the room. Sankeet says, Michael, I am the #1 drawer in my class, as I told you already, but when it comes to diagrams, I am really bad at it. Huh. Well, if you're that good of a drawer, then getting better at diagrams is probably going to be easier for you than the #20 drawer in your class, right? So, yeah, you've maybe got a little bit of a challenge, but probably you can use some of the skills that you've developed as the #1 drawer in your class to getting to catching up to maybe some other people, perhaps. The Nutty Newfie says it's 1:46 a.m. here in Newfoundland. 1:48 or whatever time it is even now as time goes on. The Nutty Newfie says, I've been a sub for months now. Well, that makes me happy. Thank you so much for subscribing. Okay, everybody. Yeah, looks like we're all done for the evening. Paula says, can we paint the whole cat in black and then put yellow lines? Can that save time? That could save time, but then you wouldn't know necessarily where to put the lines, right? If you, I mean, I think that would be okay, and it would lead to you having to take more ownership over the outcome of the painting because you would obliterate your template, but that's also good. That's a great challenge. So I would encourage you to try doing so. Okay, everybody, enjoy the rest of your evening or morning. Some of you better get to bed. Holy smokes, you've been up way too late. So I'll see you guys, I think, on Tuesday of next week. There's a bunch of paintings I wanted to do but haven't had time, but we'll see. Okay, see you guys. Talk to you soon. Bye. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep on talking and talking and talking. Talking and talking and talking. Good.